Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and get started here. Hopefully my sound is good. I have unmuted myself, so that is exciting. I'm working on making a red dragon, Dragonborn mini for D&D. Looks like my autosave is going right now, so I'm gonna give that a second to finish up here. I worked on the actual sculpting of the body yesterday, so I'm feeling pretty good about where it's at right now. I'm probably going to do some more tweaks to the head today while I work on mostly the armor. This is going to be a Dragonborn Paladin, so I'm excited about that. I have been doing clerics mostly last week, and so this week I am doing a couple of paladins just to kind of round out this like 5 model set. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get started and get a move on here. I would like to, if possible, finish this model today. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I've been working kind of slow lately, but yeah, we'll see. I would at least like to get the full armor block out done, so get it to where I'm at least like ready to get it into a character creator and get it posed. So that is kind of the goal. That's the plan. That's the vibe. Yeah. The body yesterday came together at least somewhat quickly. Because I already had two models that I had done in the past that were helpful. I had made a red dragon before, and then I had also made a kobold before. So between those two things, I had a pretty good set of base meshes that I was able to draw from. The kobold was nice because it was like an already kind of dragon-esque model that was like it was like a humanoid excuse me, a humanoid body that was already dragon-y, so I didn't have to sculpt like all of these like feet and claws and anything by hand. I just had to kind of change up the proportions and like beef it up a little bit so that it looked more of like a large humanoid size rather than the small little kobold. So I had that going for me, which was nice, and then I used the head of the red dragon that I made last year. And so I just kind of had to make some changes to some existing base meshes, so it wasn't too bad. So that is what I worked on yesterday. So today I'm going to work on more of this armor block out. I kind of, as you can see, have an idea already of what I'm going to be going for, and I'm going to be also basing this off of some of the techniques I used last week to make an Aasimar Paladin. But I'm just going to be kind of pushing the like fire pointy motifs on the armor a little bit more. I've kind of been pushing myself lately to do more with the armors that I make. Just because, you know, when you're an artist, it's important to push yourself and grow as much as you can, as often as possible. So that's what I've been doing. Okay, I'm gonna get started here. The first thing I'm going to do is I kind of like the idea of having some scale mail on this guy. So I'm gonna work on getting that blocked out. I think I'm going to start with it just being on the arms, and then later I'll go in and kind of have it on the legs as well, kind of poking out underneath this breastplate here. So I'm going to go down to the lowest subdivision levels and extract. And then I will inflate just a little bit. I'm going to make it a similar color to the rest of the armor. I'm going for a very like white knight shining armor type of deal. But for this scale mail, I'm going to have it be a little bit darker just so that it kind of stands out as being somewhat different. Z-remesh down to half, and I'm trying to decide how I want to construct this. Part of me says just do a nano mesh, which is what I normally do for regular chainmail. However, since I want to make this scale mail, it fits together differently from regular chainmail. So here's what I think I'm gonna do. I think I am still gonna do nano mesh turned on. I'm gonna make a little scale, I think. Actually, no, I have at my disposal here a built-in brush that Zbrush comes with. It is called IMM Curve. And in it, it has this little scale IMM brush. And I'm just going to kind of make some changes to this. So what I'm going to do is turn off curve mode and then just draw on this curve brush. And what the curve brush does is it has the beginning, middle, and end of the insert brush polygrouped. So that's really easy. So I can just isolate one of these, split the rest, and delete them. And then I can turn this into its own insert mesh brush. New. And then I can turn that into a nano mesh brush. So now I have this nano mesh brush and I can draw this onto each poly of this and like mess around with the orientation. So I can have it like aligned. They're all like aligned to the same line. Hopefully it is a little bit less chaotic on the actual one that I go in and do here. So let's just see. I think it's this one that I was working on. I did like a few different versions of this as I was messing around with the body. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna try to do, because essentially I want each row a little bit offset from the one above and below it. So I think that I can accomplish that by doing the insert mesh on one poly loop at a time, and then go into nano brush, align them all. Sometimes you just have to kind of click around and decide what the best orientation is. For this one, I think it's probably this. I don't know. I might actually Z-remesh one more time so that the mesh is just a little bit less dense. I know it looks pretty low poly right now, but like for these nano mesh brushes, to get something that like where like you're gonna be able to like have it like read well for something that prints as small as a mini, it actually you really need to have it be quite low poly. Like this is 500 polys and it still might be a little high, but we're gonna see. Okay, go back to this brush that I made, insert on poly loop, align to normal. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I just wish that it was aligning it a little more nicely. Because I don't want it to have, like, it looks fine in the front, but then once you get to the back, it's like not nice. And I don't know why that is. Let's see if I just like, because what does normal actually mean here? Align to normal buttons aligns each nano based on the model's surface normals. See, I know what that technically means. I know what each of those words means, but I don't know what they all mean together. But if I do align to short edge, that is not going to get me what I want either, because these polys aren't all the same dimensions. And I'm not really sure what near edge is either. So I think normal's probably going to be our best bet. I could also go by polygroup here. So if we turn on the regular Z model brush, but now that I'm thinking about it and looking at this, I think just drawing these on might actually be the move. I don't really want to mess around too much with polygroups here. I think that's gonna be, hi there, little cute boy. My dog just walked in. He's a little cute boy. Hi. I see you. I see that you want some attention. Yes, I do. I don't think you're gonna want to come up here though. I know you very well. And I know that if I try to say, hey, say hi to the people, you're not gonna want to. Yeah, hi. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna get out of ZModeler and just go back to this IMM curve. And if I turn on curve mode, this should actually be a little easier, and then I can just drag it on here. So let's just try that. I'm gonna make it a little smaller than that. That should be good. I know that that seems pretty exaggerated, but it is. It actually is. Let's do maybe that size. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Still kind of exaggerated, but like, it's a mini. What are you gonna do? Okay. Pull them up a little bit. Do I have snap turned on? Yes, but I'm gonna lock the start so I can kind of pull it taut. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now, I think what I'm gonna do is, I'm trying to decide if I want to draw on every one of these. I think the answer is probably yes. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be so much easier than what I was doing. Sometimes I think, oh, I'm gonna get all fancy and do this all fancy like, and then I go to use a nano mesh brush, and nano mesh brushes, when they work great, and when they don't, then they look bad and sloppy. And sometimes it's just about knowing when to use your tools and when they're not going to be the best tool for the job. But I'm still, you will not catch me placing each one of these scales by hand. No siree. But I think that's looking pretty good. Yeah, I really like that actually. I know that like it's a Dragonborn, it's already got scales, but whatever, it's also a paladin, so I'm gonna completely cover it in armor, and that armor is gonna be dragon themed. Sue me. Don't sue me. I'm just a little guy. Okay. Just gonna keep drawing these on here. I'll probably make these sleeves solid at some point, but not just yet, because I'm still in the block out and I'm not really going to worry about that until I am more in the getting ready to pose phase of this model. So I am finding this so satisfying though. Just like drawing these on here and having them fit together perfectly. I love that Zbrush has these built-in brushes for stuff like this. It's kind of cheating, but look, if I really wanted to, I could make a super low poly like scale from scratch and make this brush myself. But I just feel like, as someone who's kind of trying to get shit done, like, why not use the tools that I have at my disposal, you know? Hopefully this doesn't get super deformed when I go to pose. I'll probably actually end up making these sleeves like hard surface subtools and posing them by hand so that they don't get super deformed. I don't think they'll need a lot of like posing anyways, because the pose that I have in mind for this paladin is not going to be like particularly dramatic, but you know, stuff gets deformed so easily in Character Creator that like anything that you don't want to get messed up, it's just better to make it a hard surface model. Okay. Trying to decide how many scales I need on each of these ones. I think this one I'm gonna need a few more since it's kind of on the back. More higher up is gonna be visible. One thing that's interesting about Zbrush is that when you're doing these like insert mesh brushes, there's actually a difference between when you have solo turned on versus when you just hide all the rest of the subtools. When you have solo turned on and you go to like move this insert mesh, it like hides the rest of the mesh while you're doing that, which I find so annoying. So but I always forget that that's gonna happen until I go to do it, and then I'm like, oh yeah. So if you're looking at that and being like, why is it blinking on and off? It's because I forgot to do that. Okay. How are we looking here? Do we like this? Yes. I like this quite a lot, actually. Do more on the front for now. Okay. Get that. This is gonna be like a little tedious for the next few minutes. I love doing stuff like this, but this is definitely an asset that I'm going to save. And so that I don't have to make it again. So I think for the rest of this armor, I'm gonna try to do some like detail on it that kind of looks like flames almost. I kind of messed around last week with this ASMR model that I made with like a couple of new techniques. And hello Hello, Shero. The scale mail looks really cool. Thank you. I kind of just got started, so we're still kind of messing around with it, but I think this is the technique that I'm going to end up going with. Using one of these built-in brushes that Zbrush has. And just kind of vibing, talking about what I'm going to do for the rest of this armor. I am making a Dragonborn Paladin, which according to... So I found this chart online. I found it on Reddit, but I think it's based on some sort of data that like Wizards of the Coast collected of like the most commonly race class combos played in like people's actual games, and obviously Dragonborn Paladin was up there, but it's got like, it's like this whole like table that's got all of the like main or all of the like player's handbook races and classes. So for I want to do this set of models that was like paladins and clerics, and so I am going off of that table, and so I am making a Dragonborn Paladin. I think I'm also gonna make a High Elf Paladin is gonna be the next one that I do. Yeah, so that's what I'm up to here. This may have been a little bit of a mistake here. Okay, there we go. I like an IMM brush, but sometimes having snap turned on is a mistake. This one might just end up being a little wonky. Okay, yeah, I might actually just clone this one here. Bloop. There we go. All right. Easy peasy. Oh yeah, that is clean. But yeah, I was saying a little bit earlier that I worked on this base mesh for the body. Oh my god, base mesh for the body. Say that 3 times fast. But I worked on this yesterday for a bit, and I think it's looking pretty good. I'll probably still do some tweaking to it today. But yeah, I think it's looking pretty good. I'm actually going to turn my space heater on. It's chilly in here today. I keep thinking, like, okay, sometimes Zbrush does this when it tries to autosave. Let's see if we can get it to not crash. Press yes to attempt to continue. Alright, yes. Okay. That probably just means I should manually save more often. Okay. Okay. So it tried to autosave there and it couldn't for some reason. So, whatever. I will just save manually more often. I don't know why it does that sometimes. But it's kind of spooky, and I wish it would pull its shit together. Okay. So I'm just gonna beef up these pauldrons so that they go over the scale mail. This is gonna end up being a beefy guy, I think. But yeah, I keep thinking like, oh, it's March or it's April, like it's gonna get warmer soon, and then it just like doesn't. So space heater stays on for now. Oh, and I was gonna turn it on and then I didn't. Oh, no, it should be turned on. It's not. There it goes. All right. Okay. So that is the scale mail around the arms done. Now I think I'm also going to do some kind of at the waist. Just kind of like poking out from underneath this chest piece. Breastplate, I guess is what the cool kids would call it. And then I'm gonna do some sort of like modified boot, because I'm not gonna like cover up his feet, but I think I'm gonna do some sort of like knee brace thing that covers like the lower part of the leg, or like this middle part of the leg, I mean. So let's see. I'm gonna start, I think, with, what am I gonna start with? I think I'm gonna start actually by giving him a big old belt. Just to kind of start blocking out some of the shapes around the waist here. I'm gonna move this up so it's a little bit higher, and then move this up even more. Okay, so we're gonna give him a belt around his waist. I think that'll kind of like make everything look nice and like grounded around the middle. Let's see, I have a brush for this. It is called Strap Continuous. I actually made this one using the... Okay, come on, don't bully me. I'm gonna do a little trickety trick here of duplicating the body and then just deleting the subdivision levels, so that I can draw some stuff onto it here. Okay. Okay, that looks fine. Oh my god. Hey, Zbrush, stop bullying me. Okay. I don't know about that. It's kind of sus. I might actually not do that. I might instead use this IMM that has this little cylinder pipe on it and turn that into a belt. I never use this method because usually the strap brush works so much better, but for this guy, his midsection is very bumpy and very asymmetrical, and also kind of messed up by his tail. So drawing just like a strap that goes all the way around him for a belt is like a little bit of like a futile task. So I think this will work better. Hello, why aren't you moving? There we go. It's probably because I don't have any poly loops on here. Okay. Clothing and armor for species with tails is so silly. You really have to fudge it around the tail and just be like, why, like, what is accommodating for his tail coming out of his pants? Don't worry about it. How about be cool and stop asking stupid questions. Okay, so we got a little belt here. I think that's just gonna kind of be helpful in like making it feel like everything else is attached to something. I think I'm gonna do like I'm just looking at some of my like little Pinterested images here. I think I'm gonna do some sort of little like skirt sash situation underneath these little like hip pieces. I know, I'm so great at knowing what the names of armor pieces are. Man, the shape of these is all just really based on vibes, isn't it? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something kind of asymmetrical here. But maybe something kind of pointy. I'll extract from these pants. Just draw on the little mask here. Well, maybe no I won't, because I really was like, hey, what if your pants didn't have a back because of your tail situation? So I'll just extract from the body and we'll just move it down. Okay. Here we go, moving it down. Polish, ZBrush by half. Someone asked me last week what the purpose of ZBrusher is, and the answer to that is really just getting clean topology that is easy to move around and to start using to start like working in subdivisions on. So you can see, like, at the beginning when I first extracted this piece, it had like a lot of polys. There was kind of this like weird border around the edges that was just like messy, and it had more topology than I really wanted to work with. Whereas after I Z-remeshed it, it got rid of that like weird jaggedy border and lowered the resolution. So that was a good starting point, and then I Z-remeshed again. Now I have even cleaner, smoother topology that's a lot easier to like move and squish around so that I can have it be the shape that I want, and then I can start working in subdivision layers or subdivision levels once I've gotten this like general shape down. I said just a second ago that I wanted this shape to be asymmetrical, but like I said, we're really going on vibes. I did make like somewhat of a plan for sculpting this model. It's not like as well fleshed out as that cleric I made last week and was like, wow, when I work with a plan and I have a plan all ready to go, I can really sculpt quickly and with ease. But this ain't gonna be that, but it's still gonna be close. It'll be good. I do have a lot of references, and I think there are a lot of like pretty high quality references, so I am feeling fine about it. Okay, we're auto-saving again. Zbrush might have a problem with that, and if it does, I might restart it. The thing is, this document has a lot of high poly subtools, and ZBrush just struggles with that. Okay. At least it does on my computer, which is stupid. It shouldn't, because I have so much RAM on this laptop. It's silly. I got like 60 gigabytes of RAM. Should be more than enough for what I'm trying to accomplish. Hello, what is this? What is going on? Hello? Huh. That was weird. It's just acting like it had more it's acting like it had more edge loops than it actually does. I don't know. I don't know. Working with Zbrush is sometimes like being in an abusive relationship. You have absolutely no idea what they're gonna do at any given moment, and what is going to come next when you do something. That was grim. I shouldn't say grim shit like that. But here we are. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna have this come up over the belt, but I think I am gonna do another one that like comes down the center, just because I think that when I pose, that's gonna have a really nice feeling of like movement. I don't like this color particularly much. Let's see if I can find a better one. What if I did like a really bright orange? Oh, I like that. Mute it just a little bit. Oh, yeah. Nice burnt orange look here. Okay, and then I should be naming these. One thing I'm trying to do a little bit better is naming my subtools. Shoulder, scale, mail, pants, hip things, breast, plate. One thing that I've still never done, and I'm not doing on this model, but maybe I'll do in the next one, is do like a full set of armor that is like a full plate mail set. This is gonna be like pretty close to that, but we're not doing the thing where there's like segments for every segment of every body part, so it's still gonna, I think, be technically half plate. And I think the main reason I'm doing that is because like it's Dragonborn, like they already kind of have armor that is like natural armor. I think they even get a buff. Let's look at this actually. I'm curious now. Dragonborn D&D. We'll look at the 5e because that's what I play. I have not switched over to the 2024 rules for the most part. There's a couple things in my Strahd game that we do with the updated rules. Strength score increases by 2, but do they get an AC buff? It doesn't look like it. I think that's kind of dumb. I feel like they should. Because Draconic Bloodline sorcerers get an AC buff. Make it make sense. Do they really not get anything? Alignment, age, ability score increase. This is a bit off topic question, but would you ever consider making minis for sci-fi RPGs? No, that is not an off topic question. That's a good question. And the answer is nah. I just don't want to. I love fantasy and I don't care about sci-fi. I just like, I've taken a couple sci-fi commissions before and like I did them and I think they turned out pretty good, but I just like didn't enjoy them all that much. So I don't know, maybe someday that'll change, but for now I have so many things that I want to make that are fantasy oriented, that I just don't want to do sci-fi. I might actually do this different. Yeah, that might be kind of a lame answer, but that is my truth. And I gotta live my truth. I'm kind of like that, honestly, with like everything in my life. I just am so like a fantasy, like if something doesn't have an element of fantasy these days, I just like don't count me in. Like, don't mark me down as interested. Or like some supernatural element. Like, my husband and I recently watched Severance, which, like, even that has I don't know. I feel like, you know, you get into the debate of like, when does something stop being fantasy or stop being sci-fi and like start becoming one or the other. My husband and I have actually had like long, deep conversations about that topic because, excuse me, I feel like there's kind of no right answer. So something like Severance, where it's like near future or like even alternate reality tech, where it's like something that like you know, the technology definitely doesn't exist today, but like maybe could in the near future. Or like if the timeline was a little bit different in our universe, would that mean that the like Lumen technology, like the Severance technology, could exist? So like, is that fantasy because it's technology that like is fantastical and doesn't exist currently, or is it sci-fi because of that? I don't know. What's that quote of like, technology that is sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable from magic? That's fair. I often jump from sci-fi to fantasy, so I was curious. Yeah, a lot of people I know do. I just like, I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about sci-fi. I just want to make pretty little guys. I got distracted just now. I think I'm gonna start blocking out the like stuff though. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna make this somewhat minimal. Not minimal, but like I don't think I'm gonna have it go over much more than like the knee and this part of the leg. I don't really feel like it needs more than that. I'm torn because I want it to have like a fully armored paladin look, but I also this is maybe silly, but I spent so much time sculpting all of the details onto the body. I don't have this like in its highest subdivision level, but like, you know, I put good work into it. He's got lots of scales and bumps all over his whole body, and I don't want to just cover that up with armor. But also I want to look like a fully armored paladin. So we're gonna kind of try to walk that line. Have the best of both worlds. but also maybe I'll... Okay, don't get distracted, Nat. Don't get distracted. Do the thing. Zero mesh by half. I think I'm gonna make the rest of this armor a little spikier than it is currently. So these, I'm kind of just trying to decide like how many little layers I want. I've been finding that as I've been doing these armor sets and kind of wanting to like push myself a little bit more to make them more exciting. The more segments you got, the more room, the more like material you have to play with, the more fun it can kind of turn out. So that's kind of what I've been doing. I don't know. I just go based on vibes. So I think I'm gonna give it these two little layers here. Might make this one a little bit thinner. And then do one that like covers the knee. Might get rid of one of these edge loops. This armor too is something I've been just getting so in the weeds on and like fussy about the topology. Like even more so than usual. I am so fussy when it comes to topology, and for these like hard surfaces I've like even more so. The last oh my god, the ASMR that I made last week, I ended up like after I posed just deleting the gauntlets that I had posed because they got so deformed in Character Creator. Because I was like, well, it can't be hard surface because it's got to have the fingers move. But it got so deformed that I was just like, nope. We're just starting from scratch. Also, I didn't know this until like a week ago, but you can just insert one single poly in to your model, and I think that's so silly for some reason. Alright, this is gonna be the part that goes over the knee. So we're gonna make it insert like a few here. So we're gonna make it just like a little triangle. Triangle. The triangle. Have you seen that? On TikTok, that guy who's got like the tennis racket and the little like snippers, and he just like keeps pointing at random spots on the tennis racket and saying the triangle, and then just like snipping various parts of the tennis racket. Has anyone else seen that, or am I just on a very particular part? The videos, I've seen like 3 of them, and all of them have like millions of likes, so I know that I'm not the only one with that on my FYP. I just like, it feels like a fever dream almost, like something you would make up. So hard to say. Can't remember the full explanation, but fantasy is usually defined as a reflection of our myths, legends, and our history, while sci-fi is a reflection of modernity. I haven't heard that before, but okay. I see it. I see it. Man, I am sleepy today. Okay, it's gonna do this weird thing again while it's saving. Okay, I always get so nervous whenever I get a little error message. So I'm gonna save. Actually, what I might do, since this file's getting kind of up there in size, and I think Zbrush is getting mad about that, is I might copy and paste this tool into a new document. Oh my gosh. Man, I am so sleepy. Jeez, that took almost a full minute. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna copy this tool and paste it into a new document, because that 1 minute save time plus the autosave struggling, I just don't want to mess with it. Paste tool. I won't have my undo history, but like whatever, that's fine. I might also resize this model. I think the scale is also kind of weird. Like if you look at, oh my gosh, I cannot stop yawning. I think the scale got a little off for whatever reason, and that might also be messing with the size of the document. So maybe if I resize it a little bit, that will help. So it has a height of 8.76 centimeters, huh? Yes. I'm very curious what's gonna happen here. I feel like it should get smaller, but maybe it will get bigger. No, it's gonna get smaller. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, the sci-fi commission that I did a while back was actually this person who wanted me, it was an interesting project. This person wanted me to make they had purchased, the board game for, that was based on the movie The Thing. And they wanted me to make a series, and like in that board game, I think like each person got a set of like minis that was like a version of the monster in its like various stages as it went from like smaller to bigger, and like got more and more like messed up. And this person was like, I want you to make ones, I want you to make an iteration of that, but with me as the person who was getting like overtaken by the parasite, which was like a really interesting premise. And I feel like I just made a bunch of like super fucked up little guys, and it was like, it was a good challenge, and I feel like the things I came up with were like pretty good. But I don't know. It wasn't my favorite project to work on, but it was a really, good creative challenge. In some regards, I'm definitely glad that I did it, but I also don't, after that one I was like, I don't really want to do any more sci-fi after this. Okay. I feel like this is a decent block out. I think the only other thing I want to do is maybe like one more bit of the scale mail around the waist. I'm just trying to decide like what shape it'll have. But maybe since I already have these hip things, I don't need it. I'm gonna start with this and start going in and doing some of the detailing, and then if I feel like something is missing, I could... Wow, I'm like the sleepiest I've ever been today. Okay. There's a board game based on... Yeah, I guess. He actually initially wanted me to make them for his entire family, and I guess this guy had like 8 siblings or something, and I was like, if I do this, if I take on this project, it's gonna take up the rest of my life. I will be making the thing monsters until I die. And so I didn't do them for his whole family, but I did do them for him, and I think that was good. But yeah, I guess it's a board game based on the movie The Thing. And actually, when he got in touch with me, I had never seen the movie. So I watched it for the first time. Because I'm not really a sci-fi girly, so I never really had thought to watch it. I had actually not really heard of it, if I'm being so honest. But I'm also not a person who like watched a ton of movies growing up. So, as I like got into adulthood, I like had to get caught up, kind of. So yeah, it was a fun watch. It was maybe about 15% longer than I really would have ideally wanted it to be. Quote of the year: I got to make a bunch of fucked up little guys. Yeah, dude, they were something else. Just a lot of teeth and like limbs coming out of spots where they normally don't. Yeah, I don't know. It was a funny little... I'm trying to decide... Okay, yeah. I think making this a little spiky is gonna be the move. This is gonna look messy, and kind of rough for the next 30 minutes or so. I'm gonna have to insist on anyone watching to simply trust the process. And it'll turn out okay. But yeah. Bunch of fucked up little guys. Yeah, those models, that was like back when I really was first getting started. Before I really decided that I don't actually care for taking commissions. So I was still kind of doing them and just kind of like taking any that came my way. Which I think was like, had its pros and cons. For one, it pushed me to make things that I would not have made on my own. And like, I think as a starting out artist, being pushed in that way, was good, but I also found that kind of stressful as well. And I really felt like I was taking time to do things that were not necessarily oriented towards my actual goals. Which is why I say, like, maybe someday I'll like take commissions again. Just because I feel like I've kind of been on a journey of like kind of laying a base for what I want this what I want my collection of work to look like. And so maybe once I've kind of gotten through this part of it and gotten to a point where I feel like I have a body of work that I'm happy with and kind of looking for what to do in the next part of my, journey, my art journey. Maybe I'll start to take commissions again just to branch out. But anyways, I don't know that was necessarily a question that was asked, but oh well. Trying to decide how pokey I want to make this. I'm leaning towards quite pokey, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see how clean I can make this without going insane. Joke's on me, I'm already insane. I have been playing a sci-fi game, though, lately that's been pretty fun. It's called The Planet Crafter. I don't know if that is on anyone else's radar, but it's been pretty good. Basically, I played Subnautica pretty much all throughout last November and December, and which is like just a really beautiful, well-crafted, amazing game. But after I'd played through it a couple of times, I was like, I want something that's like the same but different. And so I like watched a couple videos of like games that are like Subnautica. And I came across this one, Planet Crafter. And it was like, it's basically Subnautica, but without the monsters. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'll give that a try. Because I, like, really figured out that I am into the, like, survival, like, crafting, base building type genre. So I was like kind of looking for another game that had that, and Planet Crafter is just Subnautica but on but in space. And without the monsters, which I feel like, I don't know, I feel like the monsters are like a big part of why Subnautica is amazing. But anyways, Planet Crafter's been good. It's been kind of scratching the Subnautica itch. And so that's been good. There's another game that's coming out actually next week. I just found out about it, and it's coming out next weekend, I think. That's like, it's another like crafting, survival, terraformation type game, and but it's set on post-apocalyptic Earth. And you have to like, I guess you're like a super like advanced future society that is like returning to Earth after the collapse of civilization, and like re-terraforming it and like making it habitable for humanity again. I think that's the premise, based on like the previews that I saw for it. And I feel like that'll be right up my alley. I'm hoping that it has some cool, like, I don't know, zombie type monsters. That'd be sick. But we're gonna see. Looks cool. I haven't played it though. Yeah, it's like, it's not a huge time commitment. I think my husband and I played through it in like 40 hours. So it's like a good sized game, but it's not huge. My main problem with it was the lag, which I'd been playing through the DLC, and I just realized yesterday that it by default had all of the graphic settings turned up to like the top option, and as soon as I like turned all of that down, it was fine, and I was like, well, damn. Okay, I think that's looking good. I'm still trusting the process here. Trying to make this as clean as possible before I start extruding. I want it to look like Valiant and Paladin-y, but I also want it to look spiky and pokey and dragon-y. So I'm thinking that once I extrude, I mean, and like start in on some of the detailing, then I'm hoping that these spikes will look like cool and not stupid. I think though that I might try to actually make this border a little more rounded, and not follow the contour of this spikiness quite so closely. Let's see if polish by features helps me out here. I think it kind of will. Alright. Let's try that. Okay, let's try that. Ooh, those pauldrons are looking snazzy. Thank you! I'm feeling a little insecure about them right now, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see how they turn out once I extrude them and start going in on some of the details here. Okay, polygroup all. But yeah, really enjoying Planet Crafter. I'm trying to remember what the name of that game that I am looking forward to it coming out was. I'm coming up empty, but maybe it'll come to me eventually. Okay, so what I did last week on that other set of armor that I really liked was I added this like kind of inlaid layer that was like kind of embossed looking that I tried to make it look just kind of like fancy and flourish-y on that other one, but I think on this one I'm gonna try to make it look a little like flamey. Flamey-o, Hotman. So we're gonna see. Alright, crease. Okay, and then I'm also gonna, one thing that I've discovered that I like is uncreasing this like upper interior edge of armor. I just feel like making it like not completely like not a completely sheer edge on every part of the metal kind of makes it look a little more like believable, I guess. Okay, I kind of like that. That's kind of like fashion. I don't know why it's glitching here a little bit though. What's my poly count? 11.9 million. That's kind of high. I'm gonna delete this. I don't know why I have 2 copies of the body, but I'm gonna get rid of this one. Alright, that's already much better. Alright, and a successful quick save. You'll love to see it. We love to see it. I'm also gonna hide these claws because they're covered by the pauldrons, for better or worse. I really like the look of having the pauldron, or the pauldrons, the gauntlets. I think they look sick. I think they work well with the full armor look that I'm trying to go for. I also just noticed that, hold on. OBS is telling me that it does not have sufficient disk space to continue recording my stream. That might be why Zbrush was lagging a little bit. So one sec, let me kind of take a look at that. Lol, okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna get rid of some of these. Okay, I think I'm gonna delete just these older ones. Okay. Hopefully that will free up enough space here. Let me just also go to my recycle bin. Sorry, I know this is super boring. I just don't want this stream to lag. So I'm just cleaning out my computer's recycle bin here. These ZBrush folders, or these ZBrush documents, get so big so easily. Like, if I save all of my undo history and everything, it will be like 5 gigabytes. So I kind of just have to be a little bit rigorous with keeping up with how I'm using my disk space and everything. So I'm also just now noticing that my chat doesn't look like it's updating. Not quite sure why that is, but oh well, I can see you. Okay, how are we on disk space now? Still not great, but better than it was. I'll go have a look at it later. How big is the recording from today? Not that big. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. Alright. Back to this. I like this so far. And I'm going to get rid of the subdivision levels. Not on the body, on the pauldrons. On the body, though, I am gonna go down so that we don't lag. Alright, pauldrons. Gonna get rid of the subdivision levels for now so that I can draw stuff onto it with insert mesh. I don't know why Zbrush doesn't like inserting doing IMM on stuff with subdivision levels. It seems like it should be able to handle it, but I guess not. So we're gonna do snap to get it to be flat onto this surface. This is another trust the process. So I'm just gonna need to ask everyone to be cool. Actually gonna split this into a separate polygroup. Hello, why are we fully split hidden? There we go. Alright. Inflate. So the idea is to kind of make this look like flames. But like they're kind of made out of like a layer, like another sheet of metal that's over the top of the pauldron. I kind of came up with a method for doing this last week, and so I'm just gonna be kind of messing around and trying to refine it today. So it's probably gonna work a little bit slowly, but I'm just gonna be patient with myself, and I would appreciate everyone else to do the same, both with me and with yourself. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my Nat talk. Sorry, I'm in a weird mood today. I'm so sleepy. Okay, so I think I'm gonna crease these edges that are kind of in line with the other like little zigzaggies just as a start. Polish by features. Get it looking a little bit sharper here. So now we move by the edges. And we're gonna kind of move this around so that it is just kind of has these kind of tongues of flame kind of looking bits. Oops. And we're just moving one of these edges at a time. This is very much like you have to work in subdivision levels to make this happen. Hello. Which is another reason why it's a very much like trust the process type of thing. Hello. Ah. Okay. Focusing. Use my whole entire brain here. That's how I said I felt a little while back. I learned how to play Magic the Gathering. And I really felt when I was playing that game like I was using my whole entire brain. Just there's a lot of rules and they all kind of come at y'all at once. And then you're supposed to at the same time be paying attention to like all of the rules when you're making your turn, but then also all of the rules that your like opponents are like using for their decks, and strategizing. I'm sorry, but that's insane. That's insane. That's so many things to keep track of all at once. Like, the game we played, there was 4 of us, and it took us like 5 hours, I want to say. And at the end of it, I was so tired. I was so tired. I just like went to bed after that. It was like I had a fun time. It was nice to like hang out with those friends and like do the thing that they're passionate about, but goodness gracious, I was tired afterward. I don't know that I'm gonna be playing more Magic the Gathering if I'm being so honest. I'm really happy for them that they love it, but it was a lot for me. For little old me. And I know that I say that as someone who plays D&D, which has just so many tomes of rules. But the thing about that is I already know all those rules. And I was actually talking about this a little while back. Like, I don't know how or when I learned the rules to D&D. I don't think I ever, like, sat down and, like, had them explained to me. I'm pretty sure. Like, the first time I played, I, like, you know, had a little bit of a crash course in the rules, but, like, I don't remember ever, like, just sitting down and learning every rule to D&D. Like, that's just not, and I don't think I've ever done that for anyone else. Like, I've sat down and walked one of my friends through, like, making a character sheet for the first time, but, like, I've never put, like, a conscious effort into learning the rules for D&D, and so, like, truly, they have just entered my brain over time through, like, osmosis and sheer force of will, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Which seems like a miracle, I guess, if I'm being honest. I don't generally, like, do a lot of, like, board games that have a lot of rules. They make me tired, and I don't thrive under those conditions. But with D&D, I know the rules. I know them pretty well. There's, like, every once in a while, I'll learn something new. About once per session, I'll learn something new. But, like, for the most part, that sounds like a lot. But it doesn't feel like a lot. It feels like most of the time I know all the rules. Okay. So this is what we're working with. I feel like it looks kind of flamey. The real magic happens. Hold on. I'm gonna do a little bit more moving stuff around. I think at the end I'll probably use the spiral brush just a little bit. But okay, this is the part that I was very pleased with myself for coming up with. So insert single edge loop. 1, 2, and then inflate this middle poly loop. All right, we're still trusting the process. Anyone who's watching, if you're not trusting the process, start now. Okay. Get rid of those 2 edge loops and then crease this one. And then, ooh, everybody clap. Thank you. I feel like I just thanked myself for clapping. I feel like this looks so cool. I feel like it looks really cool. I feel like it's a cool effect. I'm really pleased with myself for having come up with it. And then I think I can make it even more dramatic if I use the spiral brush on some of these bigger flame pieces, but I think that will only work if, oh yeah, look at that. Oh my god, that looks so good. Feeling really pleased with myself. I'm also apparently feeling really sleepy today, so I might just be in a weird mood, but Here we are. Y'all. I'm feeling it. I hope everyone else is feeling it. I hope everyone watching this in the future, which is some people. I was so surprised by that, actually, when I look at my YouTube view count. Like, there are people who watch this in the future, which, I don't know, before I started streaming I was not expecting that. So if you're watching this in the future, I see you, and hi, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. Yeah, that looks sick as hell. I'm trying to decide if I want to do another little layer. What I really want is a cup of tea right now. I am so sleepy. But it'll take a while to make. So I'm trying to decide if I want to make that happen for myself. Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate your, I appreciate you validating me. It's really kind. Okay, I think I'm going to duplicate this and then move it one down. Let's see if I can get away with just doing this but smaller. Because I'm definitely going to do it again on other armor pieces, but I don't necessarily want to do it again for the pauldrons. But I will if it ends up looking sloppy. Yeah, I'll just do another one. This is going to look too squishy and sloppy. And the point of this is to look clean. Ooh, what if? What if? What if I made this a little more gray? Because right now I'm feeling like it's pretty white, like pearly. So I'm going to keep it kind of white and pearly, but maybe a little bit more gray. And then, hold on. And then I made the flame part. In such a weird mood today. I think it's because I'm so sleepy. I don't know why I'm so sleepy. I slept well last night. And then I made the flames gold. Get out of here. That's so fun. That's so fun. Alright. I'm gonna do it again. I'll fucking do it again. I'm just going to do auto groups for now, and then we will mirror and weld. Okay. I would really like it if I could see the front and back and side of this all at the same time. Zbrush, why can't you make that happen for me? Don't you love me? We're still snapping. Oh, there we go. I feel like asking Zbrush if it loves me is such a mood. I think I've talked about this before, but like, Zbrush is just such a living organism. I believe that in my heart. It has a personality. It throws tantrums. It has things to say. It has a little bit of its own artistic vision from time to time. In that I will have an artistic vision and it will be like, no, you can't do it that way. So I'll have to come up with some other way to do it, and usually it still ends up looking cool, and Zbrush is like, see? Idiot. So I kind of feel like it's a bit of a pet or a child. But, you know, am I delusional in thinking that way? Shut up. Just don't worry about it. Let me live. Let women live. Okay. Auto save. Do not crash. Thank you. Move. Brush. Okay. Here we go. Somehow the topology of this got kind of messed up. I kind of think it's because I subdivided at one point without it being properly creased. I'm feeling a little bit bullied and singled out by that, though. I'm gonna do a little... Yeah, oh, it's because... No? Why? Zbrush, why? Is it because this isn't creased? That makes me angry. Are you telling me this is my fault? That's so rude. I don't know why it doesn't want to crease this edge in particular. Maybe it's because it's got... Nope, I don't know why. I don't know why. Sometimes it just doesn't... There we go. You just have to get mad. Okay, where did... Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm gonna smush it around first. The problem with this is that these little like spiky bits are, you know, straight lines, and like I want this to look really clean, but this part of it requires a decent amount of like squishing a mesh around, and if you're not careful it can end up looking kind of squishy. I don't know if people who work in Blender have this problem. I know Blender is much more of like a hard surface modeling program, or like Maya. I know is another one that people like to use for like doing more like topology refining work. I don't know if they have these problems, but here I am. I don't know where I was going with that, really. Hit me up if you know where I was going with that. Okay. That's looking pretty good. I think. It's not really flat. That doesn't super matter, but it kind of matters. Okay. I'm going to inflate all of this. Inflate. Where's polygroup all? Polygroup all. Pew. Okay. That's looking pretty good. And then I'll just do that like moving around by edges. Bit. Move. Okay. Just trying to make these little tongues of flame. I think I'm gonna hide the rest of this mesh though. Oh my gosh. Hello? I'm not sure why this isn't moving. There we go. Maybe it didn't like that part of it was hidden? I don't know. I don't know. Zbrush, why are you doing the things that you're doing? Yeah, see, I knew that I wanted to do this in this model, and then I was like, what, it's gonna take you all friggin' afternoon to make these little pieces of armor. And I was like, yeah, I know, but like, wouldn't it be sick? And so now here I am, making the fussiest little armor pieces you could ever possibly do it. But I feel like it looks so cool that like, I don't even care that it's super fussy and takes forever. Like, just trying to kind of vary the size here a little bit. Get some little ones, get some big ones, because flame is not uniform and does whatever it wants. See, this would be so... Okay, so now you're moving. Now you're doing it. What the heck? And now you're not again. Zbrush. Stop bullying me. This is so annoying. There we go. Okay. And maybe I should keep some of these parts smaller where they'll overlap with the other armor pieces. I'm thinking that might be a good idea. Yeah, but it will all pay off. Thank you. You're right. Just gotta not lose sight of the vision. It will all pay off in the end. It's going to look... I hope so. I hope that this model looks good painted. I'm excited about painting it. I do test print all of my models, and I try to paint them all just because I feel like that looks really good when I like post it to my store. Although some of the models that sell the best in my Cults storefront are some of the ones that don't even have printed pictures on them. So who the hell knows? Yeah, there's a few models where like I have test printed them and then I pretty much immediately like primed them and started painting them and just like never finished painting them for whatever reason. And so I'm like, well, I don't want to take pictures of them half painted, so they just don't have printed pictures on my storefront, which is like probably, it is what it is. But those ones still sell great, so I don't know. I think that's one of those things that's mostly for me. Kind of like poly painting my models in Zbrush. Like, it's really at the end of the day because it makes me happy. I don't know why that makes me feel bad about doing stuff. I always feel like I have to explain myself on like, why do I like poly paint and why do I paint all my models? Like, it's not really something that like I have to do, and it's like, well, it makes me happy. I like to paint. I like to post pictures of pretty painted things on my website. But I feel like since it's not like strictly necessary or like the most efficient way of like going about doing and making stuff, that like, I don't know, it's lame or it's just like not something I should be spending my time on. I don't know why I feel that way. Like, I don't know. It's my art. I get to do what I want with it. And like, don't bother me. But my brain is always like, you could be doing something better with your time. You could be working on getting faster at sculpting, or you could be making a new model today and, you know, blah, 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 blah. I don't know why. I don't know why my brain does that to me, but it does. It probably has something to do with imposter syndrome. Yep, I've been there too. Yeah, it's like every time you're doing something that you like, your brain is always like, you could be doing something you don't like that would be more productive and better. The haters think that you're not doing the right thing. But like the haters is just me. I want to do a little one right here, but for some reason, there we go. When I'm trying to move it, it's not moving. But yeah, like I genuinely love painting on days when I'm just like, I'm just gonna paint today, and I'll like, I'll just like get out my stuff and get it all set up and like put on a movie. And I love doing that. It's so fun and nice and it makes me happy, but I'm always like, why are you wasting time? Why are you wasting time when you could be making new models or filming stuff for social media? I don't know, because I want to just watch a movie and paint. Let me live. Me. Okay, I think that is good on that first step. So now I will this might be a mistake. Crease. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna crease by hand. That probably means that I will miss some things, but whatever. Hi, will you please crease this line? Thank you. My God. Okay, and then this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. That's probably really annoying. I'll stop doing that. Okay. Are you not creased? Why are you doing this? Why is it doing this? I'm like trying to subdivide, and it's, there we go. It's acting like it's not a creased line, but that seems to have done it, so nice. Okay, I'm gonna move this here though. There we go. Okay. And then we do our little trickety trick. Shout out Toph from Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's definitely something that lives in my brain rent free, is when she's trying to like teach Aang airbending or earthbending, and she goes, "There's no trickety trick that's gonna move that rock." Sorry, that was a little loud. I just yelled. Edge. Okay, and then inflate, poly, loop. There we go. Insert. And then crease. I think I'm gonna move this one a little bit so that it matches the contour. Nice. Okay. Move this so that it is within the confines. Nice, nice. Just kind of getting it all situated in here so that it looks like it's actually inlaid. Oh, it looks so clean. Okay. There we go. And then last little step here, hit it with that spiral brush. Dude, this looks so good. I'm trying to decide if I want to do another little layer of this on this top layer of the pauldron. Or if I don't want to bother. But I'm starting to come around to the idea that I won't know until I try. So I think I am gonna do it. yeah, I won't know until I try. So, little strap here. I think I'll probably make it just a little bit less. I think it'll mostly go in like the negative spaces of this lower one. Hello. See, I need it to be long enough without doing that thing where if it goes over the edge, it becomes a super long nightmare. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Just gonna pull it a little tighter here. There we go. And then split it off. Make it gold. I said make it gold. There we go. Okay. Inflate. And then start in on squishing it around until it looks good. Okay, so I'm gonna have it be fully coming out of this top layer of flames. And I might pull this top layer then out so that it like sticks out just a little bit more. So that I kind of have more wiggle room here with this new layer. Now I will start in on the new one. Okay. Yeah, I really am digging this model. I played a paladin in my very first D&D campaign. She was like my first ever D&D character. And she had basically no backstory. She really was not a particularly interesting character. Your first D&D character, I've come to realize, almost never is particularly interesting. Honestly though, my other character that I play in my current campaign is also not the most exciting like character either. Like, she doesn't really have a fancy tragic backstory or anything like that. She's just kind of like, she's just a girl. She's just a girl standing in front of the government of Waterdeep, asking it, what the fuck? But yeah, the first campaign I played a paladin. And it was fun. I love smiting. There is nothing quite like just yeeting yourself across the battlefield and then hitting some poor unsuspecting bad guy with just multiple d8s of radiant damage. It's just great. I love, honestly, any class where you just get to absolutely light them up with a shitload of dice. I own so many d6s, and it's because I play a wizard. But I also went through a little bit of a period where I really liked playing rogues for a similar reason. Like, it just, nothing hits quite like rolling all those d6s. Like for Fireball, I love Fireball. What was your first campaign? My first campaign was actually a homebrew campaign written by our incredibly ambitious and talented DM. And it unfortunately got stopped when we went into lockdown, and we never picked it back up. It was really actually quite tragic because it felt like we were like we were just kind of starting to get into the thick of it, and it was very cool. I think we were at level like 8 or 9, and we were doing some kind of like planes walking stuff, and like I didn't really realize it at the time, like how much cool shit we were doing, but we were like, because I was like brand new to the game, so I didn't really know like, oh, now we're on like the elemental plane of earth, and that's why we're like boring through stone and just in one endless cave. But we were like planeswalking, and then we were like in this big like city that was in, I still don't know like a ton of the lore about like the different elemental planes, but we were like messing around with that kind of stuff. I had Black Razor, and my husband's character was, unbeknownst to any of us other than the DM, secretly like worshipping Black Razor, even though it was the sword that I was attuned to, and he was gonna start getting like warlock spells from having Black Razor as his deity, which would have been sick. But yeah, then you know, the pandemic hit and we paused playing, and we just never picked it back up. It was really sad. Sneak attack. Yes, I love sneak attack. I love sneak attack. I love fireball. I love smite. Just anything where you really get to lay on the d6s or the d8s, or I think smites are d8. Hold on, now I have to look this up. Divine Smite. Yeah, d8. Yeah, I friggin' love sneak attack. That's why, now I'm gonna get on my I'm gonna get on my soapbox for a second. That's why when Baldur's Gate came out and people would be like, I never have a Starian in my party. He's the most useless person. He's the most useless one of the companions. He doesn't do any damage. Shut up. I'm sorry, but if you're not using your rogue correctly, like if your rogue is the most useless member of your party, then like what, you're not doing it right. You've built them wrong. Rogues are so freaking useful. Like, end game, your rogue should be doing at least 100 damage per hit. End game of, like, Baldur's Gate, I mean. Like, the way you're able to, like, stack stuff with all of your, like, gear and buffs and everything, like, and especially if you do the thief subclass, 2 bonus actions, and your rogue is the most useless member of your party. Are you kidding me? Shut up. Stop. Look at yourself. I love rogues. I love sneak attack. Anyways, this is a long roundabout way of saying I love paladins, and I really am excited to give this guy sick ass dragon paladin armor. Okay, yeah, I think I like this double one. I don't know. I don't know if they, like, are too muddy. It dilutes the design too much. They flow into each other and you can't really tell that there's 2 of them, and it just kind of dilutes the design of one another. What I think I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna finish making this little section, and then I'm going to turn off poly paint and zoom out and just give it a good look. Just stare at it for a minute or so and decide if I like it or not. Love it or list it. So that's a HGTV show, right? We're autosaving. I didn't use the Starian because I was the rogue. Fair. That's fair. But then you know how useful. I'm assuming you didn't make a useful character. Or you didn't make a useless character. Because rogues are really good. In my current game, we don't have any rogues. None of us are really sneaky. It's actually been a problem a handful of times. We've really bungled a good number of, like, infiltration attempts because we don't have anyone who's sneaky in our party. Okay, yeah, I think I like that. I think that looks cool with the 2 layers. Okay, I think that is the pauldrons done. Time to do a similar thing on, I mean, all of the armor pieces, I think. But before I started on this, I am going to go refresh my water. You should do that too. Hydrate or dihydrate, bestie. And I will be right back. Okay. I'm back, and I did end up getting a cup of tea. It's steeping right now. Okay. I need to decide how I want to do this neck thing. I think I might give him like a silly little like cowl, maybe. Give the illusion that he doesn't just have bare metal on his scaly skin. I feel like my instinct would be that like a Dragonborn doesn't care quite so much about having metal on its bare skin because it's got like tough dragon lizard skin, but we just found out that Dragonborn don't get any buff to AC for having natural armor, which I think is dumb as hell because draconic bloodline sorcerers get a buff to AC. They get a base AC of 14 because of their draconic ancestry, and they just have scales, like little decorative scales, all on their skin. So you're telling me that those guys get a buff to AC, and I feel like a pretty sizable buff. Like if my draconic bloodline sorcerer did not have that buff to her AC, then her base AC would be like 11, but it's not, it's 15. And so you're telling me that she gets a buff to her AC, but Dragonborn don't? They're all scales. They literally have dragon skin, and they don't. So, anyways, that is to say that maybe they do care about having metal on their bare skin. So, that being said, I am going to give him a little cowl type situation. I don't know, I'm torn. Either this or like what's that thing that goes around the neck and over the like top part of the shoulder armor. But I'm kind of leaning this way because I feel like the top of the breastplate looking nice and sharp looks cool. So I'm just gonna give him a cute little scarf, little accessory, and like I genuinely believe that don't believe that they don't get a buff to AC. I know that that's I need to stop. I need to shut up. Natalie, it's okay. It's not that serious. It's just a game. But I think it's stupid. Maybe I'll play a Dragonborn. My birthday's next week, and my husband is writing a one-shot, because that's always his birthday gift to me, is to run a one-shot for me on my birthday. Maybe I'll play this guy. That'd be fun. Maybe. I don't know. My husband's such a smarty pants, and he always comes up with something really clever. So I always feel like I should play a character that's not just you know, that has some out of combat utility. And you want to talk about a class with no versatility. It's Paladin. They are righteous and they smash. Which is probably why it was a good class for me to start with when I was first super new to the game, because I had no idea what I was doing, and I think having a character that like didn't have a ton of abilities outside of combat to really keep track of, was good. Like, just a very straightforward, like, I want to do this thing and I will roll my dice with my stats, was just like a really, I think, solid introduction to this game with a billion rules. In my Strahd game, we have a player who's playing a ranger, and I've never really played with a ranger. Well, that's a lie, actually. In that first campaign where I played a paladin, we had a ranger. But I feel like I just don't remember. I remember she had a lot of useful abilities, but I don't really remember what they were. So I guess a more factual thing to say would be I haven't played with a ranger in a while. And it's been fun. He's really useful. It's nice that he gets a lot of attacks. There we go. I'm doing a just okay job sculpting this cowl. I'll go back and do a better job later. I'm still not super convinced that I want to keep this. Because I feel like I'm looking at these references and a lot of these go like over the top of the pauldron anyways. Maybe I'll do oh dear. Okay, I'm getting rid of this. I don't like it. Maybe I'll do more of like a starched collar look. Maybe that would be good. Something that's like a little more structured, but still made of cloth. Let's try that. Love a good little starched collar. I like them for a couple reasons. One is they don't tend to need a lot of like cloth folds sculpted into them, so I can be kind of lazy about making them. That's the main reason I like them, is I can be lazy. Not symmetrical. Well, whose fault is that? Good Lord, Zbrush. You have one job, and it's to make things symmetrical. And if you can't do that, then what are you even doing? Okay. I like that. Question for the class, or whoever is watching this currently. cape? Question mark? I could kind of go either way. Because he's got a tail. And that sometimes makes capes feel a little difficult to maneuver around. But it means that I wouldn't have to work so hard putting the flames on the back of this, which could be nice. And capes are cool. Those are my thoughts. I could also do more of like a half, like a shorter cape situation, which could be a good way to like, I like a shorter asymmetrical cape sometimes because then I could kind of maneuver it around the tail a little bit more. Look, I'm just not sold on this orange. Excuse me. I'm just not sold on this orange color, I feel. I'm just gonna move this around the color wheel and see what strikes my fancy. Turquoise honestly is a little minute slay. That's another thing. In my inner Edna mode is telling me no capes, hazardous in battle. True. Maybe. But also this guy can't fly. So I feel like that's the main reason why Edna mode doesn't like capes. I haven't seen that movie in a while though, so I might be misremembering it. Okay, another thing about Baldur's Gate is my favorite dye is always ocean. So we might be putting this guy in some ocean dye. Cause this is actually kind of good. I kind of like the blue. I don't know. It's hard to match stuff with red without it feeling like a Crayola crayon box. Oh my god. I just said Crayola. So weird. I don't really like pink. I don't really like the red. I feel like that's too matchy. All right, we're doing ocean, guys. Nice. I'm glad I did that. The orange was not doing it for me. And I feel like the ocean also kind of makes the flames pop a little bit more. Okay. I'm going full beverage goblin. Got 2 beverages. Well, I'm 2/3 beverage goblin. I've got fun and hydration, I feel like, in the crunchy water, and then caffeine with the tea. I don't drink coffee. I just drink bougie tea that I buy on the internet. Where did my pen go? In fact, the tea I'm drinking right now is called Princess Blend. It's like a black tea with, I think, a little bit of like vanilla and raspberry. It's really nice. It smells really good. And I love that it's called Princess Blend. Finally get into this pauldron. I feel like I've kind of been beating around the bush for the last 10 minutes here. I wonder where that phrase comes from. Beating around the bush. I like it. I hope it's not bad. Now I'm gonna look it up. I'm terrible. I'm so distractible. Yesterday and today, I've been so distractible. Beat around the bush. Origin. The origin of the idiom beating around the bush is associated with hunting. Okay, so far so good. In medieval times, hunters hired men to beat the area around bushes with sticks to flush out the game, taking cover underneath. They avoided hitting the bushes directly because this could sometimes prove dangerous. Whacking a bee's nest, for example, would put a swift, unwelcome end to the hunt. That doesn't... I feel like I don't quite understand why that translated to, like, procrastinating and wasting time. Huh. Oh, I guess it comes from a poem? Beating the bush was the start of the main event, which was capturing birds. Eventually, you stopped beating around the bushes when the birds flew out. First appears in a medieval poem around 1440. But as it hath be said full long ago, some beat the bush and some the birds take. In fact, beat around the bush must be one of the oldest non-biblical phrases in the English language. I still don't understand how that came to mean procrastinating. I don't know. But in looking up the origins of the phrase, I currently am beating around the bush. So, here we are. Okay, I'm gonna bring this out pretty far, so I have a lot of room to work with for putting in the flames. Crease, and then uncrease these edges that I want to keep kind of softened. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is have the flames around the center just come up really high and really low so that they kind of have this like kind of bisecting pattern that kind of takes up more space in the middle. Other than that, I don't think I'm gonna get too fancy with it. Yeah. That's how I feel about that. Okay. I'm going to... I want to input this topology. Maybe with this continuous strap brush. And then crease this. And then bring that in. It's gonna have more polys than I want, but I can fix that pretty easily. So yeah, we'll do that. Okay, and then get rid of these. And then inflate the whole thing. Nice. Okay, and then move it down so that it follows the curves of the thing. Okay, and then I'll do the same thing up above so that we're all doing it around the same time. Crease and strap and split, crease, polish, get rid of these edge loops. Oops. Insert. Alright. Crushed it. Make them gold. Make it blue. Make it pink. And then I'll merge these down. It's not really what I was planning on doing. Whatever. I'll do this front part first, and then I'll figure out what I want to do with the back. I'll probably just cover it up with a cape, so it won't even matter. Checkmate. Okay. Start in on making some of these flames. This is gonna look sick. I'm trying to decide if I want to make it... I think I will make it symmetrical, actually. So I'm gonna mirror and weld this. Turn off local symmetry, though. And then get rid of this weird middle edge loop. Sir. That was really unnecessary and frankly kind of rude. Why did we do that? You're throwing off the Emperor's groove. What is happening? Why would you do this? Whatever, it should be fine. Okay. this summer, my husband and I went to Victoria, Canada, and that is where the company where I get all of my tea from, Murchie's, is based. And I've been drinking this tea every single day for years. Really since college. And I was so excited this summer because we went and like visited their like flagship location, and they have like a bakery, and I got a London fog latte with Earl Grey tea, which is my favorite. It's what I drink every day. It was so good. It was really great. I think about that a lot. I'm also just noticing that the flames on this one aren't symmetrical. Sir. I don't know why that happened, but I'm gonna have to go back to before I subdivided. So that I can mirror and weld and make it correct, because what the hell? Weird. Zbrush. If you didn't act like a child, I wouldn't have to scold you like one. Whatever. I get to go back and redo my favorite part, which is the spiral brush and making it look like flames. I think I'm also just dilly-dallying because I don't want to start on the breastplate, because this process looks really cool and awesome, but god, is it tedious as hell. I hope you're having a nice time watching it, because I'm having a just okay time doing it. It just looks so good. It's one of those things where you're like, you like make an improvement to something that like takes a lot of extra work, but it looks so much better, and you're like, god damn it, I have to do this every time now. It's fine. I mostly jest. Obviously, I love my job. I just sometimes do things the hard way. Okay. This is still looking good, though. I cannot get over how much this looks like flames made out of fire, though. Like, god damn. Very cool. I came up with this all by myself, too, y'all. I didn't even watch a YouTube video or anything. Okay, now back to this part. I wish that this topology was not quite so much. I might thin out these edge loops a little bit. I feel like that'll help me make much bigger flames here. So if I don't have quite so many edges to work with. That's better. Okay. I am feeling good about my decision to do this in symmetry. I think maybe what I'll do is have like the tongues of flame be symmetrical, but then do those little swirls asymmetrical, so that there's like a little bit of asymmetry, but not like a ton. I don't know. We're gonna try that, and then we're gonna see if I like it. And if I don't, then we'll do something else. But this looks so Paladin-y and cool. I just cannot get over how pleased with myself I am. Okay, we're gonna start with that. I'm a little unsure of what to do with this top bit, TBH, because I kind of forgot what the topology on the back looks like. And it doesn't really match up with this edge that I extruded. So maybe it'll look fine if I just squish it around. A lot of sculpting is just squishing stuff around. So is life, though. Ever thought about that? Like, sometimes when I'm cooking and I'm like moving stuff around in the pot, and I'll look at it and I'll be like, I'm really just squishing stuff around. And like, when you mix anything, or when you like, when you're like sauteing stuff, you're just squishing stuff around. And like when you're, like when you go to the gym and you're like weightlifting, like you're just squishing your muscles around. And like when you're painting, you're just squishing, you're just glomming paint on there. You're just squishing it around. I feel like a lot of life is just squishing stuff around. That's so unserious. Should I start a cult? The cult of squishing stuff around? Our motto is, we're so unserious. Maybe. I'll think about it. Let me drop a comment, drop a like, drop a follow if you're interested in my cult. The cult of squishing stuff around. Stop it! God damn it. Sorry. That was me yelling at Zbrush. Again, shocker. Okay. All right. Move, edge. I'm just gonna do the same thing here. Make some little flames that kind of come out right to the middle here. And then some littler ones. This looks so cool. I feel like it's gonna look partly like flames and then partly like teeth, kinda. Like jaws. I don't know. I feel like this is just sick. You might see this armor set on like 30 different models over the course of my lifetime because it's so cool and sick, and I am not doing it again. Did everybody see that? Because I will not be doing it again. Captain Jack Sparrow. I love those movies. I watched them not too long ago. Just the first 3. I think I only actually watched the first 2. I only care about the first 3. The rest of them, I'm sure some people like them, but I don't care about them. I think I've only watched one of the newer ones. I watched the one where the guy falls in love with the mermaid. I don't know if that's a spoiler. No, it's like a 10-year-old movie. But I watched that one, and it was fine. It was okay. But those other ones with Orlando Bloom and Keira Knightley, get out of here. They're so good. Especially the first one. Oh my god. That is just... it's a capital M movie, you know? It's got, like, explosions and music and hot guys and boats, and it's funny, and it's shot intentionally with, like, cool editing. And it's got, like, just silly little gags and funny little side characters. It's just so good. And it's got a plot that makes just enough sense for you to watch the whole thing. But it's not too serious. There's not, like, a gazillion hours of lore. Just go in. It's like a tight 90 minutes. I think. It might be a little longer than that, but, you know, it's not too long. It's just a movie, you know? I love that. Sorry, I feel like I've been talking to myself for a while, so I don't know if that's an insufferable take, but here I am, out here, making it. Obviously, Johnny Depp is a problematic individual. But I do love the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. And Keira Knightley. She's so beautiful. She's so good. She's a really good actress. I love her hair. And I really like Orlando Bloom too. I don't know enough about him to know whether or not he's problematic, but I really like him. I know that he's married to Katy Perry. That's about the extent of my Orlando Bloom knowledge. Turning off my space heater. When I left to go get water, I like opened the door to my little room. The door to my room though is it's like a closet, because this room's like kind of small, and so at some point they replaced the door, like the swinging regular door, with one that is like a closet door that like folds in half. But anyways, it's enough of a barrier that when I opened it and went outside, there was like a significant temperature decrease. And I was like, oh, it's toasty in here, so I can probably turn off my space heater now. It's just so nice and toasty. I love that. Gotta be comfy and cozy. I mean, like, I'm wearing socks and a long sleeve shirt, but I like my little space heater. Okay. A little flame here. I'm gonna kind of make this a little bit smaller. Hello? Okay, there we go. Ah, damn. Did not notice that that was going on. There we go. I was like, why is this behaving weirdly? Okay. Just gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna make this a lot skinnier right here. I might even make this flame a little bit smaller. I don't know. I want to keep it interesting. Don't want to keep it too. Don't want to make it too samey. I think some of these need to kind of stick out from the other ones. So just gonna kind of make the peaks and valleys a little bit interesting. I might hide this one too, honestly. Okay, there we go. An unimpeded view that to the casual viewer looks like I'm doing nothing and it's nonsense, but the real ones know what's going on. I am being completely delusional here. There's nobody watching this stream, I'm pretty sure. That's okay. I keep myself entertained. Ah. Stop. Oh, I see. Interesting. There. Every once in a while, gotta zoom out and kind of take stock of what in the hell is going on. So I mean when I say like, oh, this is a very fussy technique that I've developed here, because you really have to like zoom in so much to like make it happen. Gotta make sure you're not like losing sight of the bigger picture here. Get that tail out of the way. Okay. I'm trying to kind of make it go into the side here, but I have not like really set myself up for success with this topology. But you know, I think once I get the spiral brush on it, all will be well. Non-symmetrical? Get out of here. I specifically requested it. I specifically requested that you be symmetrical. And the fact that you're not is so disrespectful, I can hardly even believe it. This is gonna turn out kind of weird looking, but I'm excited. Almost there. All the way around. Just go actually back up to the top here. I don't know why, I just am worried about losing the plot as I get up to the top. Okay, doing that. Yeah, I think this will look good with it being mostly in symmetry, and then I'll just turn it off for doing the little spiral bits. And that'll look good. Oh my god, we're almost done. Please, please be symmetrical. How did you get out of symmetry? I don't understand. Good lord. Okay. Okay. Do like one. Oh my god. Okay. Just kind of straighten this out here. Make sure it's all still lined up with the rest. All right. All right. I dare say we are in business. Ah! Ooh. Oh my god. it's always funny when I see when I like have the visibility turned on such that it's just the body with like an open mouth and like no teeth or tongue or anything. It's just really weird looking. It's like an adult baby. Super unsettling. Alright, doing all the creases. And then insert our edge loops. Do it on the bottom, do it on the top. Inflate poly loop. Zoop. On the top. Ah. Hello? Oh, God. Damn it. Okay, it's fine. We will carry on. Just gonna have to use polygroups. When in doubt, polygroup. That mirror and weld really messed me up on this one, and I don't quite understand how. It was fine on the bottom one, but on the top one it was like, hey, what if I just fucked your shit up? Okay. Now, if we inflate the poly group, nice. Okay. Insert edge loop, get rid of this one. Insert, get rid of this one. All right, crease. Crease. And subdivide. This is gonna look cool, I bet. That got kind of fucked up. It's okay, I'll just put a cape over it. The front part got kind of fucked up too. Is it not? Is it not creased? What happened here? Huh. Wonder why there's an edge loop there. I don't understand. Don't understand. But I'll crease this and hopefully it will be fine. I'll do the same one on the back because maybe that's why it got messed up. Sure. Alright, one more subdivision. How many did the other ones have? 5? Well, then you shall get 5 as well. Alright, and then we'll do our flame, and we'll take this off. Oh yeah, this is gonna look sick. just gonna make it just asymmetrical enough that it adds to the realism of the flames. I love this so much. I think it looks so cool, which I'm happy about, because if I didn't love it, that would be a shame, because it's such a pain in the ass. I'm complaining a lot today. I shouldn't complain so much. Good afternoon. How's it going, buddy? It's your stream. Complain as much as you want. Thanks. I appreciate that, because I've been complaining a lot. Okay, I think this is looking pretty sick, though. Oh, my gut is telling me I should do flames on each little layer of gauntlet here. What do we think, fam? It's good to get it out. Yeah, I mean, if I didn't let it out, I would just be sitting here anxiously. So, whatever. It's chill. Okay. I think his feet, and someone can either validate me here or tell me to shut up, but I think his feet are looking a little, like scrawny. Kind of think maybe if I widen them up a little bit, that could be good. A holdover from when this base mesh used to be a kobold. Let's see. Yeah, I like that more. Cool. Alright. I also think his head might be a little bit big for a Dragonborn. It's hard to say, because it's a fictional fantasy race, so there's no right answer to the anatomy. But I want it to look like people are used to Dragonborn looking, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. I think I made the head pretty big when I was sculpting it because I wanted to... I was really focusing on it, and I think that kind of caused me to maybe exaggerate it a little bit. So, at some point, I might go into Transpose Master and see if I like it better a little bit smaller. I'm also not entirely sold on that being like the end game for the horns. I don't know if maybe he needs more of them or what. I'm also kind of considering for these little hip things, what if rather than doing more layers of this fire on them, what if I just extruded them all Hold on. Polygroup. Inflate. Definitely comes across as Dragonborn. Reminds me of a monster type in a game I used to play called Dark Age of Camelot. Oh, that's kind of cool. The, like, variety of video games that I have played is not wide. But the video games that I have played, I have, like, thousands of hours in. Okay. Oh, whoops. Come on. Okay. So, what if instead of doing this like extra layer like I've done for these other pieces, because I think that might be just a lot, if I did that, what if I creased and then just did the fire thing on like these existing pointy bits. So if I crease and then uncrease these pieces, uncrease these pieces. Oh my god. Cut me some slack here, Zbrush. Come on. There we go. What video games have you played? And yeah, video games maybe not be. That's so cool. I wish I'd been playing video games my whole life. I have not. I really only started playing them after college when I moved to California with he was my boyfriend then, but we're married now. And that was the first time we'd lived together, and he showed me some of his favorite games, and I was like, hey, this shit kind of slaps. What games have I played? I have played Skyrim was my first one that I got really into. My husband and I also like to play games together, so we played most of Twilight Princess together. But the Skyrim obsession took hold in me pretty quickly, and he kind of lost interest in finishing Twilight Princess because he kind of loses interest in things with efficiency. So yeah, I played a lot of Skyrim, and I've like modded the shit out of it. I've got like 500 mods installed, so I've really gotten a lot of mileage out of that game. It stems from my dad playing games, so it was always a thing for me. That's so fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it, but it was really hard, for me at least. I was not as good at the puzzles, and so once my husband kind of lost interest and I got more interested in playing Skyrim, then I kind of lost steam. And so that's kind of that story. And so I was on that kick for a while, and then Baldur's Gate 3 came out. And that was kind of the end of that. And it was kind of like that moment in Toy Story where Andy drops his toy and is like, I don't want to play with you anymore. And then I got really into Baldur's Gate. And then this last winter, Skyrim was one I was never really able to get into. Yeah, fair. I think it's just such an RPG, and that's like my bread and butter. Which is why I got really into it. Gotta go. Have a good one, everyone. Thanks for tuning in, Shira. I appreciate you. Yeah, I love that you can play as like anything in Skyrim. I think that's why I like kept replaying it so much. Also, the lore in the Elder Scrolls games is so vast and deep. There's this one YouTuber who makes lore videos about the Elder Scrolls games, and those things, and like that guy's like voice is so calming and soothing. I'll just like put those on and just like learn about the lore of that universe, which I really enjoy. But yeah, I've got probably almost 1,000 hours in Baldur's Gate at this point. And then over the winter, my husband and I played through Subnautica together, and that was really good. And after we played that together, I wanted to do it again, run it back, because we finished playing it and I really enjoyed playing it with him, but I kind of felt like we hadn't explored the map as thoroughly as I kind of wanted to. So I decided to play it again on my own. So that was kind of my latest one. Watch lore videos for the Dark Souls game. Yeah. I don't know much about those games other than that they're really hard, and also that a lot of people who like struggle with depression really have those games like speak to them a lot of times, which I think is so cool and wonderful. And whenever I think about it, it kind of makes me want to cry. But they're one of the things about like not really getting into video games until being an adult is that like I am a little wimpy baby when it comes to like difficulty levels, so those games are like way too hard for me. That's probably it then. Yeah, I definitely have never even gonna attempt a Dark Souls game. Like, I've watched my husband try to play them, and like he is also a lifelong gamer, but even he is like, these games are hard. I tried to play Witcher, but even that was like kind of hard for me, honestly. Just like the timing and the buttons, it's just a lot. So I like video games, but I'm kind of particular in which ones I really latch onto. I like Baldur's Gate. I really like the like turn-based combat, that's really fun for me because I don't have to, like, there's no hand-eye coordination involved. It's just like strategy and then blowing things up. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is kind of a similar strategy to what I did up here with the flames, but on the silver. Where I'm gonna like hit it with a spiral brush and make it look a little flamey. Which is one of those that I really wanted to get into. It seems like it would be right up my alley, but I bounced off it. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, other than like, it was because like the difficulty seemed like something that I was like, okay, if I just like try, I can get good enough at this to like finish the game. Like I was really like, it was definitely the hardest game I'd ever tried, but I was like, I can, like, this is doable. This is manageable. I can like figure out how to do this. I think that if I like really wanted to like play it, I could. But it just did not grab me for whatever reason. I don't know. I'm not really liking this. I might just leave it. Thank you. Yes, I'm liking the model overall. I'm not liking the like swirl brush on these pieces. I think I might just leave them as is. I don't think I'm gonna do the like little swirly flame effect on them. Hopefully that doesn't end up looking incongruous with the rest of the model. Okay. I'm gonna take a break from the armor for a sec and work on this cloth here. But yeah, I think for Witcher, the world just didn't grab me. It didn't grip me. Like, I like Geralt, but yeah, it's just all of the politics and the Nilfgaard and the war. I just don't care. I just could not make myself care about the world. And so yeah, I lost interest in that one pretty fast. Oh, whoa. Did not notice that that was creased. Whatever. Okay, and then I might put some sort of pattern on this. With like some sort of alpha or something. As if I haven't been fussy enough when it comes to this model. Let's see. I could just put a dragon on it, but that might be a little too on the nose. What about this cool knife thing? Whoa. Lower that Z intensity there. That's kind of cool, I guess. Nah, it kind of looks like a dick. I don't know if that's the right shape to be putting on that particular piece of clothing. It starts feeling like it's dragging on and on when I just want to play a little, yeah. Cutscenes. Yeah, I also just feel like I like the cutscenes. I like the monster design too. With like playing as Geralt, I kind of felt like I didn't like that there were I didn't like that there were dialogue choices that you could make that seemed like out of character for him. Oh yeah, this looks good. Like that. So I think that element kind of took me out of it a little bit. Maybe some flame type of... Yeah, I agree. I have this alpha that I kind of like. Might make it a little more pronounced. Decals, yes. So I have a good number of alphas just like saved. A lot of times too. Here, I can make this colored also. A lot of times I'll go into Canva actually and download some of the like single colored assets that they have to use as alphas. I really like using the chisel brush to put little designs onto like clothing and armor. I feel like it's a really easy way to make things look two-dimensional, or three-dimensional, I mean. Yeah, I think that looks nice. I'll just hit it with like one little boop of smoothing. There we go. Oh, I like that. I like that. Glad I didn't go with the dick one. Okay. Yeah, I think that looks good. I don't know. What do we think about the little hip things? Do we feel like they match with the rest of the armor, or do they look too flat and like like do they look mismatched, I guess, is my question. one's also subdivided. I guess what I could do is just extrude the border here. Let's try that. Delete lower. And then I think they're missing the gold looking. I know. Yeah, the gloves I am going to put the flame trim on. I just haven't gotten to them yet. These I guess I was worried that like the flame trim would make them look too busy, but I could try and see if I like it. I could just make it kind of small. But, yeah, I fear you may be right. I fear you may be right. So let's just see. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. They need it. Let's do... Maybe try a really... Yeah, I think let's maybe go for just like a really... Honestly, maybe we don't even need like the whole strip to be there. Maybe we just need like a few little licks of flames maybe coming out of these like indent pieces. Let's maybe try that. Because, yeah, like I said, they don't have, like, a ton of real estate, so I don't want them to look too busy. But they definitely are missing something. Take it off the shoulders so that only the chest piece has it. Potentially. I really like it on the shoulders, though. But that could be another thing that I could try. I don't know why I'm struggling with this. I don't know why these creases keep going away. Why is this happening? Oh, there we go. All right. And just give it a little. Okay, does that have any promise? Does that have any potential as a concept? Yeah, I kind of like that. What do we think of that? Just like little flames, not like the whole strip. Just something that kind of matches the spirit of the design, but isn't necessarily 100% matchy. Also, I kind of messed up the topology here. Yeah, okay. I think that's gonna be the move. Okay, and then I think honestly, I can probably just use the same little thing for each of these. Just kind of move them around. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. And just kind of squish them around, make them look somewhat varied. We're auto-saving here. Make this one a little taller. And then one over here. Corey, how's your dragon coming along? Have you worked on it anymore? Legendary armor in the making. Hell yeah. Make this guy a little short. Make this guy also short. See, these have got to be kind of little so that they like are visible. Also make it so that they are on top of the armor and not hidden. Not any more than what you... It is looking good. It is coming along good. Maybe we should do another stream on Mia's Discord. A little more just like hanging out. But yeah, it was coming along nicely while I was looking at it. Got sucked into World of Warcraft. Classic. Yeah, I spent all weekend playing. Why? Why have you betrayed me? Did I turn off? No, I didn't. So then why? Yeah, I spent all weekend playing Planet Crafter, and it was great. And I didn't do anything else. Did I do anything else? That's a lie. On Sunday, I went and got brunch with some friends, and that was really fun. We went to a place up in... So I live in Seattle, and I grew up in one of the suburbs about 30 minutes north of Seattle, and one of my friends just moved to that suburb that I grew up in, and so they're like discovering some of the places that I like hung out in when I was in like high school and younger, and so we went and hit up one of the diners that I used to get brunch at with my friends when I was in high school, and I am so happy to report that it has not changed even one little bit, and it was so great. So I did that on Sunday, and that was fun. Yeah, no, it was super nice. I really enjoyed that. We should definitely do it more. Cause yeah, also being able to just like art party and like get people's opinions on stuff as you're working is just like really nice. Okay, I think we're almost there on this, and then I'll just hit it with that hit it with the spiral brush, and then we should be good to go. On this part, at least. Yeah, it was nice. I had a nice time also. I was like feeling a little social on Friday, but not social enough to want to like live stream on my channel. So being able to go live on just like Mia's Discord community was just the right amount of socializing for me. Okay. Got all these little flames. I'm gonna do a little polish by features to get them kind of sharpened up just a little bit. Gonna insert a single edge loop here just to get rid of it, just to like really sharpen up that center piece, since it's not, I'm not doing this exactly the same way as I did the other ones. We're just kind of winging it. But I would really like this like center creased line to be a little sharper. Not that it matters a ton. This is going to be printed so small, but I care. I feel like this will read. This will show up. They'll be like protruding enough that they should print pretty visibly. I feel like my OBS extension that is supposed to display the chat on my feed is not working, and it's annoying the hell out of me that it's not. So anyone watching the VOD of this stream is not going to be able to see who I'm chatting with, but oh well. I'm having a nice time. I'm glad you're here. Okay. Now we do the little spiral. Actually, I'm going to subdivide one more time. I don't understand why this didn't end up creased. And then after I do these creases, I need to be sure to look over at the other side and make sure that we're still symmetrical, because that has been plaguing me today. Like looking over at the other side of the model and realizing that like for whatever reason symmetry like malfunctioned, and then I have to go back to before I subdivided and like redo a bunch of stuff. And like I feel like this should be creased. I don't know why it's not. Okay. Now let's see if that looks any good. Yeah. Ooh, that's clean. Love that. Okay. Forgot to take printing into consideration. Yeah. Look, a lot of these little details that I do are kind of just for me. But I think these will read. I think these will be visible. I think these will come out just fine. Peachy. I somehow missed your YouTube notification, sadly. Otherwise, I probably would have tried to hop on. Yeah, see, I am... I have gotten that comment a handful of times to the point where I'm not entirely sure I have my, like, going live notifications set up right. I might need to, like, go mess around with that a little bit, because I have had a couple... You're not the first person to say, oh, I missed your notification. I am wondering if I just, like, didn't set it up right. I don't know. So I might go take a gander at that after I get off of this live, and see what in the heck is going on. Okay, moment of truth. Let's see how this looks. What do we think? Do we like it? Do we not like it? Does it look silly? Does it look cool? What do we think? I like it. I don't love it, but I like it. That's what I think. I wonder if I would like it more if I didn't have them quite as regular. Let's try something else. Well. Boo, why would you do this? Okay, it's up to the individual to click the little bell. Oh, you gotta subscribe and hit that bell. God damn. Turned yours to show me all the notifications. See, now that I'm thinking about it more, it's probably because I hadn't refreshed my YouTube. Possibly. I don't know. I am terrible, and I don't subscribe to that many of the channels that I watch a lot of videos of. I just kind of rely on the algorithm to bring me back to them. As bad as that sounds. I know that that's not very, like, support the channel of me, but that is what I do. I also watch a lot of YouTube videos on my smart TV, and so the, like, subscribe button is, like, it's not hidden, but it's not super visible. Okay, are you kidding me? No, that's fine. Okay, never mind. So I think that's another reason why I kind of forget to subscribe to things. Okay, so I'm wondering if I hid some of these and they weren't completely regular. If that might be the key to liking this a little bit more. Yeah, I think I like that more. I think it's giving like fleur-de-lis a little bit that way. Okay, I like that a lot. I'm gonna take a quick little, I subbed to yours though because you were talking about doing some mini painting and I have never seen that. Oh, well, yeah, I appreciate you. I am probably gonna do a painting stream next week, I think. Just because I've been doing a lot of sculpting and not much painting recently. So I think next week I'll have finished up these, like, clerics and paladins, and I'm probably gonna switch over to some painting for a little while. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be like a minute. However long it takes me to get there and back and wash my hands. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm really pleased with the fact that my camera has not been causing me too many problems today. It does head tracking. So, like, when I move around, it moves with me. And sometimes, for whatever reason, lately, it's kind of been struggling, and it'll just get stuck, like, looking at the ceiling, which is super annoying, but it hasn't been doing that today, so that's nice. Okay. All right. Now to do the gauntlets, I'm thinking of having the flames facing down. So having, like, the tips of the flames facing toward the hands. And I should probably crease there. Should hide the little claws though, because you can't see them. I could do some sort of little like claw like detail on the gauntlet. That could be kind of fun. But let's get these flames done first. I'm starting to run out of steam a little bit, so I'm gonna finish blocking this model out. So I have the gauntlets, the leg things, and I'll probably put something or other on the belt and then call it good for today. I love how this armor is looking. It looks so cool. Okay. Crease, and oh no, not that one. Okay, well, we'll start with that, and then we'll come to the other bridge when we get there. Come on, do the whole thing. Don't be mean. Do the whole thing. Okay, well, maybe if I uncrease this. Then it will do it. There. Nice. You just gotta play its games. Okay, and I'll do the same thing down here while I'm at it. Okay. And then I'm just gonna get these ones as their own subtool. Hello. Split hidden. Nice, nice. Okay. Add a poly loop here, cause what the hell. And same thing here. Not quite sure why there isn't one, but whatever. Crease. Oh, and I gotta remember to get rid of these inside ones this time, because it messed me up with the last one. Okay. And then we crease these. Also, Corey, if you're still watching and you have any questions about anything that I'm doing, I know I'm going a little fast, but feel free to ask me about anything that I'm working on. I'm happy to answer Zbrush questions. I have no real like timeline on getting stuff done, so I don't mind like taking a little minute to walk you through something if you want. Okay, inflate just the whole thing. Nice, nice. Okay. Can I be so lucky as to just move this whole thing up the arm and not have it be terrible? Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. We'll do this one and then we'll do the other one by itself. There we go. Cool. I'll have to grab food. Nice, nice. What'd you grab? And I just mentioned, I think right before you got back, but if you have any Zbrush questions or like any questions about anything that I'm doing, feel free to ask and I can kind of talk you through some stuff. I'm not really in any sort of hurry, so if you have any questions, I'm happy to chat Zbrush. Sandwiches and chips. I love sandwiches and chips. I love a sandwich. I'm trying to decide. I'm like constantly on the hunt for like the perfect sandwich. Seattle has some decent sandwich places. I have been on the hunt for like the perfect banh mi. I have one that I really like, but it's like a little expensive and it's kind of across town. But everywhere is across town from me because I live in Ballard, which is basically its own little island off in the corner of the city. Yeah, I mean, obviously no pressure. Just if you happen to be looking and being at like anything and being like, what was that? Like, feel free to ask. But you don't have homework to come up with Zbrush questions. I'm not assigning you anything. But yeah, I love a good banh mi. But this place that I like, it's like a little across town, but I like that they give you broth with the banh mi so you can dip your sandwich. That is like top tier, and not that many places do that. But I really like that. They also have really fun like non-alcoholic drinks. Like they have this lychee lemonade that has chia seeds in it. That's super good. I wonder if they'll come out with new ones now that it's getting to be like springtime. I should go there and see. Doing the super complicated stuff with all the edge loops. Yeah. Yeah, this is Z Modeler, and it is about as fussy as you can possibly get in ZBrush. And I am definitely being more fussy than I need to be, but this little method that I came up with for doing these flames just is kind of fussy and work intensive. So it looks complicated, but really I've just made it super fussy. But yeah, the Z Modeler brush has so much you can do with it. It's a tool that honestly constantly surprises me with new stuff you can use it for. Like sometimes I'll be looking at it and I'll be like, I know that it can do what I want it to do. I just have to click enough buttons and try enough things to figure out how to make it do that. One thing that I wish that it had was a smarter inflate edge loop feature, because that would kind of take off one of the steps of this process. But I have not been able to figure out how to get it to do something like that. But yeah, I really like Z Modeler. I think a lot of people think that it's like, I don't know, not that useful, but I disagree. Really like how low poly you've got. Thank you. Yeah, I am passionate about clean topology. Sometimes to my own detriment and well-being. But I love it when a mesh just looks clean. And kind of what we were talking about the other day with like Z-Remesher versus Dynamesh. Z-Remesher is like a big tool in my toolbox to like keep the topology like low poly and super clean. Okay, move, not polygon, move edge. All right. I'm gonna try to make these flames pretty big. So that they like really fill up the space that they're in. Because they've got this whole like segment of gauntlet that is otherwise just negative space. And why not fill it up? That's the goal, right? I really like this like turquoise and gold like color scheme though. I love giving my guys a little color scheme. You know, why not? I try to give myself a color scheme when I leave the house, so why not do a color scheme on your like legendary super fancy armor? You know? Like if I'm gonna commission a piece of custom armor, I'm gonna make sure it matches my aesthetic. That's my hot take. Dynamesh is probably my favorite thing ever. More, yeah, definitely. If you're gonna be sculpting stuff, then like Dynamesh is definitely your friend. I don't do a ton of like sculpting if I'm being so honest. I do much more like I just do a lot more like I don't know, making shapes and then putting a texture on it. I don't know what you would call that, but I'm often just so committed to working in subdivision levels that I don't really use Dynamesh that much. Even though I probably should, I just end up going higher resolution and doing that instead. I know that like Dynamesh is one of like it's like the Zbrush thing and I should use it more, but I don't. Again, probably to my own detriment, but what are you gonna do? Okay, I said I was gonna make these flames big and then I didn't do that. Cause yeah, I'll like if I do Dynamesh something, I'll generally have to get it back to being pretty low poly before I go and pose the model, because I pose in Character Creator and that requires things to be pretty low poly. So I would just rather start low poly rather than start high poly and then have to go back and like re-establish my subdivision levels. So it's just not part of my workflow really to use Dynamesh all that much. Even though it is such a good tool for sculpting. And it really is satisfying to just have like a really nice smooth surface to sculpt onto. I will not deny that I'm robbing myself of that satisfying experience by not using Dynamesh as much. I know the stuff you make is oh, thank you. That's really nice. That's so nice of you to say nice things. Yeah, I definitely have got a workflow down, and it's pretty much working in subdivision levels pretty much all the time. Another big one here. Sir. Thank you. How did the dwarf and cleric end up? Good. You pretty much saw him in his final form. I didn't end up working on him much more past that. Actually, I think I post-processed that model while we were hanging out. So yeah, pretty good. I really liked how that model turned out. I think he had so much personality, which I love. Yeah, I really, I'm really glad I ended up switching out his holy symbol right at the last minute. I think, like, I know what I was going for, but in the end, it was just not accomplishing a look that was all that effective, despite my best efforts. So yeah, I was glad I ended up doing that little change in the end. But yeah, he turned out pretty good. Yeah, it was, I tried something. But ultimately you gotta do what looks best. And I am not above reusing assets. Okay. Whoo-wee. I am trying to decide if I'm gonna want to put flames on this part right here too, like right at the top of the hand. My desire to make more of these flames says no, but my design eye says yes. So, we'll see. We'll just see. What if you had the gold band at the bottom of that one with the flames going upwards to meet with the flames going down? Let's do a little... So like have these flames coming... Do like a 180? I like that, but it wouldn't then be coming out of this little extruded edge. So that wouldn't match the rest of the armor. I could try it though. Let me finish doing these little flames first. Just gotta get through this part. I really decided to do it this way. Yeah, I'll give it a try here once I finish kind of blocking this out. I will try moving it around. Getting there. Okay. All right. So let's see. You're saying if I tried, let's see, auto groups, mirror and weld. Okay. So if I took these ones, this one here, and then flipped it around. Ooh. I actually do like that because then it kind of matches the breastplate. Where's the how like these two come okay, I see the vision. I see it. What I might do is, if I'm gonna do it that way, is get rid of this edge loop here, and extrude this edge face. that way it is coming out of something. Because my topology is clean, but it's gotta be rooted in something, otherwise it will look like a mess. Okay, cool. Good thinking. Now I just have to squish it around. You missed my all of life is just squishing things around rant from earlier. It was really inspiring. I was inspired by it. And then it looks like I don't have to do the hands, because then it looks like it's a complete pattern. Smart. Smart. Alright, no, I like this a lot. Your ideas are not stupid. You can go back and watch the VOD if you want, if you really are feeling like you're lacking that in your life. It was absolute nonsense. But sometimes you just gotta, sometimes while you're out here live on the internet, you kind of just have to talk. So that's what I did. That's what I'm still doing, in fact. But it's what I might stop doing somewhat soon here. Inflate, poly loop. And then we'll crease this. Can I give it the old polish by features? Yeah, I think that's gonna look better. Okay, and then subdivide. Hell yeah, let's go. Alright, then give it the old flameo. Sometimes you just squish things around for sure, yeah. Sometimes you just squish things around. I'm gonna be a little more aggressive with this. I love the spiral brush. It seems like a pretty niche brush until you start to use it, and then you're like, wow, this has 1,000,001 uses. I use it for this. I use it for making flames. I use it for giving people curly hair, like the appearance of having like hair that's just like a little wavy. I have a special brush for like actual like ringlety textured curly hair, but for hair that's just like a little wavy, this spiral brush really does the trick. Alright, hell yeah, let's go. I use it for smoke. Yeah, it's really useful. After watching you use it like that, I was like, I never, or if I ever want, yeah, it's exactly. Actually, no, it's funny. I have a hair asset that I use. It's like a kind of shoulder length, middle part, no bangs, and I have titled it Gandalf hair, and it is a little wavy, and I used this brush on it. So, yes, exactly. Okay, we're looking good. We're almost done with making the flames. This model is so sick. I'm gonna give myself a little bit of break here and put some little fabric folds on this guy. Turn on lazy mouse here. Gandalf Fair, yes. He is coming together. It's happening. Do we think cape, yes or no? Because I love a cape, but sometimes I worry that I'm a little too liberal with who I put capes on. Yeah, exactly. I feel like capes really say paladin to me, but I don't know if with the tail a cape would necessarily be the best bet. Also, it's another thing on this already quite busy model. And I don't know if that's necessarily the move. All right, well, you think on it for a few minutes. You got some time because I've got some more sculpting to do here on this this last bit of armor that's gonna have the flames on it, which is these like knee things. But I'm not sure whether to put a cape on it, so it's your problem now. You're welcome. I should just delete these claws on the fingers, because I keep hiding and unhiding them on accident, and then but I, for some reason, am emotionally attached to them. For reasons that I cannot fathom. There's a type of cape that has a strip of cloth on the left side and one on the right, so there's a gap in the middle that could work for him since he has a tail. I don't know what it's called. Okay, let me see if I could find that. First, though, going to unfuck these polygroups, because what the hell? Another reason why I keep my models so low poly is that I pose my characters using a program called Character Creator, and it really requires your meshes to be low poly. They need to be like 600k points at their lowest subdivision level. Like total, the entire model needs to be less than 600k points, which doesn't seem like that may sound like a lot, but like once you start doing like hair and like these like skin textures and everything, like it kind of it goes fast, those 600k polys. So but yeah, that's another reason why I work in subdivision levels pretty much exclusively, is because that allows me to get like the level of detail I need while keeping it low poly enough to be able to go into Character Creator. I have a cape that just sits on his tail. Yeah, well, and I could also do a pose where the tail is kind of like off to the side and then the cape is kind of billowing out in the other direction. Like, I could make it work. I love a paladin with a cape. Okay, let's see. Cape with 2, I don't know, halves. Double yoked cape. No, that's not right. Cape with 2 tails. Types of capes. The first stream I came and watched, you were streaming Character Creator. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The stream I did with Monkey. Yeah. It's a silly little program. It is good and also has its drawbacks. It's just really it's really finicky and fussy. Okay, I'll keep looking. If I do end up doing a cape, it'll probably be one of the last things I add. So I can kind of mess around with it a little bit more. Okay. Just gonna do these flames here. Alright. Extrude. Polygroup border. Zoink. 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 Okay. Easy enough. Right, and then we will crease again. And then uncrease these. Oh no, this one. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, and then I'm just gonna do the strap continuous again because that seemed to work pretty well last time. And then I think on this one, I'm just gonna put in just like one square. Not that one though. I hate that one. There we go. Okay. Okay, move, edge. Is that really the best way for me to do that? I don't think so. There we go. Good lord. BRB. Okay. Get rid of this. Uh-oh. I don't know that I did that particularly well. Might redo that. I'm gonna crease a different edge loop and then try to put this on there. That's too big. There we go. And another one. There we go. Okay. Split hidden. Crease. Get rid of these loops. Definitely have created a little workflow for this, but I'm really excited to finish. And then inflate. There we go. No, maybe a little less than that. Yeah, okay. All right. Move this down. All right. Gonna really try to do this efficiently. Oh, I don't have move edge loop turned on. I have extrude. We don't want that. Alright, I'm gonna try to do a decent amount of variation here. I gotta remember that down exists with these. Otherwise they can kind of end up looking kind of samey if they're all just pushing up. I'm gonna make some of these a bit thicker, I think, just to kind of have a decent amount of variation and also to make them a little more visible. Okay, we're getting there. Kind of like this move a little bit more. It's not quite as sharp, but I think once I've once I've creased everything, it should be okay. Oh boy. Ah. Move this back. Move that down. I think for dinner tonight, I'm gonna have pesto pasta. I have some of those chicken sausages. They're really good. I'm getting kind of hungry though, and I do need to walk my dog. Yeah, I'm so happy that it's staying light later in the day now though. Oh my god. I'm gonna walk the guy, poor guy, at like 4 p.m. He's just trying to nap. Also gonna maybe do some online shopping for new sofas, because we might be redecorating our living room kind of soon. Because our poor sofa is just not that nice. We bought it on sale from Fred Meyer when we first moved up here. We were so excited because my husband got this big signing bonus and from his new job. And we bought this sofa kind of on the cheap though, and it started to like really deteriorate within the first 6 months of us owning it, and at this point we've owned it for 6 years and it is just in shambles. So I think we're gonna replace it soon and I'm really excited. I think we're gonna try to buy kind of a nice one, hopefully to have it for a long time. I also kind of want to kind of want to try dyeing my upholstered bed frame because it's millennial gray and I feel like there's nothing really anchoring the look of my bedroom. I feel like it's just a lot, like the walls are kind of like a sky blue, which is really pretty, but it's quite a light color. And so between the walls being light blue and the bed frame being like a mid gray, and then my furniture set is like a navy blue. It's just a lot of like cool but middle, like it's just a lot of blue. It's just a lot of cool blue colors. Hello. I've just been kind of babbling about the furniture in my house, just to kind of pass the time. But I think I'm going to dye my upholstered bed frame sometime in the near future. Is kind of, oh wow, that's a lot. I kind of did the most there. I don't know if that's actually the look. Should have zoomed out a little bit more. Hold on. Okay. The furniture whisperer, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of gray in my bedroom. And I'm kind of tired of it. Okay, I think I need fewer edge loops here. I hate to say it. Okay, what if Z-remesher? Keep creases, keep groups. I would really like it if you did this for me. Hell yeah, let's go. Good Z-remesher. Huh? Okay, wow. That was great. That was a great move by Nat. These flames need to be big, and the way I had it before, they were really little. Which is not really the look that matches the rest of the armor. So, we're just gonna redo it. Nice. Yeah, I feel like I want to kind of freshen up how a good number of the rooms in my house look, because I really love my house, but I think that it is decorated as though I was still kind of in college, just in like, I don't know, like there's stuff on the walls, but that's just kind of like all of the design that there is. And like, I don't know, I'm an artist. My house should look like a creative person lives there, you know? That's kind of how I'm feeling about it lately. And like I do have a good amount of like art on the walls, but like I said, it's just doesn't feel like everything feels like I bought it and I put it on the wall and like that's it. And like that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that, but I kind of want to step it up a little bit. I think there's like more that I could be doing to make my house feel like cozy and pretty and vibey. And also there is no light in my living room. There's a big light in like I have a it's like living room. It's like one long room that's like living room, dining room, but it's got like a kitchen table and then couch area. And like the only light is over the kitchen table. And so at nighttime it is dark in there. And there's not really like a great way to get more light in there unless I like do some actual like redecorating. So that's another big part of it. An artist want to be at heart, but I don't really have much. Yeah, it's hard to decorate your house. I've been kind of getting into like interior design YouTube, which is really fun, and I feel like I've been getting some really good ideas. So I think I have a bit of a plan that's like starting to form. I just need to like do it. I actually built a little replica of my house in Blender. Not of my house, just of this like living room area. And I'm using it to kind of like put together ideas and like just kind of like mess around with different arrangements of stuff. Okay, yeah, that's better. Which is super fun. I like it because I can put in lights and mess around with like how bright different things that I could potentially put up are. How to put up 2 stand-up lights. Yeah, so I have one like lamp that's on an end table. And that thing, you know, is doing its best. However, it's the only one I have in there. I tried putting a stand-up lamp in there. The problem is the only place that a stand-up lamp can really go, because we have a big sectional, and so the only place that a stand-up lamp could really go is kind of occludes where the TV, like the view from the TV, which isn't great. I like put it there and then was like, yay, lamp. And then within about 10 minutes of having the TV turned on, I was like, no lamp. And it's actually the lamp that I have over in the corner in here. It got moved right away. So, but I think I have some ideas. I think we're going to get rid of the sectional and switch to a sofa and a love seat. And then, so that we have room for another like end table in the corner. And then kind of what I was thinking of doing is actually making a little, or like putting like a big, just like one big long shelf about a foot, like a foot from the ceiling that runs all the way across the back wall. And I can put lighting up on that. I'm thinking either like some small lamps, but I also kind of like the idea of just like a long strip of LEDs that's kind of like hidden because it's like in the back corner, and then it just like glows up and out. I feel like that could be a cool way to like add some lighting that's not just like a lamp. But yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. I'm like kind of shifting out of work mode right now because it's like almost 6, almost time to be done for the day. Gotta walk my puppy dog. Make some dinner. Look at couches on the internet. All that good stuff. Okay. Good. It's a cool idea. Mainly stay on the computer in the room. Yeah, we watch the TV a lot, and it's also it's the main place where I play video games because we have a Switch, and then we also have a desktop hooked up to the TV with an HDMI cord. We have one of those like nice OLED TVs. So we have like a gaming computer connected to it, and then I just play video games from the couch with an Xbox controller. Which is a dream. So I use the TV a lot. Stop. Okay. Stop my TV. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I have in here I have two screens. One is my laptop, and then the other one is my big 27-inch screen. I game in here sometimes, but since this is where I work, I often find that at the end of the day, when I want to relax and play video games, I don't really want to come back into my office and sit in my office chair that I've been sitting in all day long. So that's why it's kind of nice to have the one in the living room on the couch. Also, the games that I play take up a lot of storage space, and the fewer saves I have locally on this computer, the better, because Zbrush files are large, and I only have USB ports for so many removable hard drives. Suppose I could get more USB ports. But, anyways. Okay, last little bit of flames here on this little knee pad. Got 2 monitors on my desk set up now, and game on one and have Discord, YouTube. Yeah. That's that is my husband's setup. He doesn't mind gaming on his work, like in his workspace. He is perfectly happy to play video games in there, which is good because he has a really nice monitor. I'm just out here like talking about all the fancy electronics I have in my home on the internet for people to be like, wow, she has a lot of stuff in that house of hers. I can throw some Zbrush stuff. Yes. Yeah, I have a 2 terabyte hard drive as well. I actually have 2 of them, but one of them is really just as a backup. I don't actively use it other than to back up my stuff. Yeah, I mean, ZBrush files are big. Like, this one's probably pushing 4 gigabytes. It'll be less. Usually, as I'm working on a project, I will have my undo history saving. But once I'm done, I'll delete it so that I don't have, and that usually saves a decent amount of space. Hello, why did you do this? So yeah, I need a lot of storage space. Okay. Just a mess. Oh my god. Saving up for Switch too. I'll be able to get it right away, sadly. Fix the whole lot. Yeah. As you can kind of see, I'm not really fixing it. I'm kind of just working around it because it's so small. I just used close holes, and it'll give you some truly messed up geometry. So most of the time I won't do it that way, but today I am because I'm feeling like it doesn't really matter all that much. Normally I would do close holes and then Z-remesh, so that I could get pretty topology, but for this I'm not going to bother because I don't feel like it, and I don't think it really matters all that much. Which probably sounds insane after I've been so meticulous this whole project, and now I'm like, it doesn't matter. But I'm also just kind of tired of working on this model. Oh, I sure don't like how that looks, though. I'm gonna redo it. Alright. So the real answer for how do you fix it is you use Z-remesher. You select keep creases, detect edges, and keep groups, and then I'm gonna hit same because it's only got like 50 polys, and then Z-remesh it. Oh my god, no, don't do that. It's so low resolution. Let's try this. We're nearing the end of the day. I know, I'm so close to being done with this model. Oh my god, I hate myself. I'm going to delete and start over. No, I'm gonna do one better, actually. I'm going to use... and my playlist just started over and everything. That really means it's time to be done. Okay, I'm gonna use some of these little flamey things. And I'm just gonna bring them down here. I don't know why I didn't do this to start. They're perfectly good. Alright. Z-remesher was really doing me dirty there. I don't know what that was. But it's alright. We have a backup. There we go. We're just gonna kind of throw these on here. I think they match. They're cohesive enough with another part of the armor that I don't think... I'm not super bothered that they're not like perfectly the same style as everything else. Like, they're cohesive with this little flame alpha. They're cohesive with the little hip things. So I'm not mad about it. Alright, there we go. There we go. These can go away. Oh my god, that almost killed me. Alright, there we go. Holy shit. Whoa, that was a lot of fussy little sculpting, but I think that this model is looking pretty good from a blocking out standpoint. I'm gonna do a little render on him real quick. I have this render set that I like, just out of these like preset ones. Damn, this guy looks sick. A very fiddly little model, but I think it turned out really good. So I'm excited about that. I really like that suggestion you had for the gauntlets. I think that really came together nicely, and I think they actually look really good and cohesive with the breastplate. I think that was right on the money. Here, I'll bring this up so it's higher poly. Any weapons planned for him? Yes, I will probably do a big sword and maybe a shield. The shield will probably also have some flames on it if I do one. But I'll make those tomorrow. So yeah, big weapons for big paladin, definitely. Yeah. I'm gonna go do some stretching and walk my dog after this and just breathe deeply, because this is a lot of really fiddly work. I appreciate you hanging out while I work on this guy. Here, I'll switch to my other overlay real quick. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out this whole time and like chatting with me. It's so helpful while I'm like streaming to have someone who's like here actively chatting with me, so I really appreciate you. And yeah, hit me up later this week if you want to hang out in Mia's Discord. I probably won't stream again this week, but I'd be down to hang out there. Cause yeah, this was fun, this was good, but I'm tired now. And I'm gonna go lie down. But yeah, have a good evening, have a good night. Hope you get to play some games. And yeah, bye.